Hello, Sob. You leave the UK tomorrow. Oh, hello, Jeremy Q. YouTube? Really? YouTube, huh? It's finally time, Soap. So you're leaving it to never come back? That's sad. You know why? Um in the meantime, somebody is trying to organize a Zig Day in Bristol. So you're gonna miss out on the amazing potential Zig Day in Bristol. Is that enough to make you change your mind? Uh, Okay, in the meantime, what are we doing? Well, first of all, there's a new Zig Day. I'm going to talk about it more later, but there's one in Kitchener-Waterloo. 4 hours away and 100 pounds of train ticket. Jesus. Okay, so here's what I'm going to go do. I'm going to go get something to drink. Do I have tea still? I have a little bit of tea. Hey, Crypto Code. Hello, hello. So we're going to do that. Yeah, and then we're gonna start with the LSP stuff. Yesterday I implemented a little bit of audio on my own, so we can do audio, and it works real well. So you can do source, you can do track, you swap them around, then it complains. Invalid nesting under audio, source elements must go before all other, so you put it first. Then you can put also other stuff. I think as long as it's not interactive, is it? No, this is fine. But what if it has controls? Oh, this is also fine. Wait, it allows interactive elements inside of it even if it's interactive. That's yeah, I think that's how by the spec. It's still dumb. Who designed this shit, man? But yeah, we can put other stuff. So what matters is that we put other stuff and then we have nice errors where it explains nicely. Also, if you have S or C here as an attribute, then look, source is not valid anymore. Invalid nesting under audio. With source attribute present, no source elements are allowed. So, not bad. The problem is, so this stuff is all real good. What we are missing though is completions. Because we have re-implemented basically all the previous behavior plus some, except for completions. Because we have completions. So right now, well, I guess I need to enable it. But right now, this simply doesn't do anything. We have completion for some attributes, but not for everything. So we have it for access key. Sorry, we have it for main because main doesn't have any particular thing, at least with the way it is programmed right now. But audio has custom attributes, well, custom attribute processing. So what we suggest here, there's a callback that right now returns an empty list every single time. So we need to implement that, etc., etc., etc. So yeah. And I think that there's some really, it's not just a matter of implementing it for this specific item. I think there's some handling it somewhere else that might not be implemented. Maybe, I'm not sure. In any case, we need to do this. So in a sense, this is done. We are missing some nesting rules for main because they're expressed in a weird way. So we need to look into that. Yeah. Okay, let me put a countdown and then we can start. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry, not even a chair stream, huh? Okay, hello everybody. You switched to Twitch. So what are we doing? We're doing more HTML. I mean, it's so much fun. I just can't stop. So, yeah, that's what we do. That is what we do. So, what do we do precisely now? I caught a regression. Do you want to take a look at? And after we're done looking at the regression, we go to A and we literally start doing all these elements in order, one after the other. We don't jump around. We don't do anything fancy. We go to A. A is all implemented except for, well, also, wait. We need to double check completions. All right, we have these two things. Okay, yeah, we need to make sure that we wire in completions again with the new system. And that we fix main, and then, so this is what we're doing now. What is it that regressed? Button under select regression. Okay, let's fix this regression, and then we look into these things, and then we start doing all the items one after the other. Every element, every attribute, like a machine. So what is the problem? The problem is this. If a button, so if we have a select, and there's a button under select, actually, let's say that the button is outside select first. Then we try to do this. Maybe there's an anchor, and if the anchor doesn't have an href, we're fine. If it does, it's a problem because you cannot put an anchor with an href under a button, because the href makes the anchor interactive, and you cannot have interactive elements under a button. So this is good. So our A is without href, but it contains a selected content. And we're saying that this is invalid nesting under A, which actually may very well be, I'm not sure, but that's not our current worry. Okay, so no more A joke. Okay, invalid nesting under button, only allowed when button is the first child of a select. Perfect, but we put it here and it still complains as invalid element under button. So there's a bug in what we're doing. Also, let's say that this is not first element. Yeah, it does correctly compute these conditions of being the first element under select, but then some other check fails afterwards, and it shouldn't. So what did we do? Validate content. If it is selected content and we can have selected content, then, and we haven't seen any other one, then we write it down and then we continue validating it. And the problem is that our model is rejecting, oh, I think this is it. That's why we reject it, because we're using model rejection. And okay, I get it. And our button, well, our selected content is silly. It claims to have every category, but it doesn't. Selected content, let's say that it has none. Now, none would still be a problem. It's okay. I think the correct value is that it's phrasing. Yeah, it's phrasing. So this would be the correct categorization. So these items here are like, they are just approximated for the purpose of testing other elements. And yeah, so we added this extra checking that we didn't have before. We centralized it yesterday, and that's what was causing the regression. So we started LSP, and now we don't complain anymore. Second one, duplicate child. Button can only have one selected content descendant. address. Only if it's the first child. That works. So this all works. Okay, everything is fine. So actually, just take this out. Okay, let's look into completions then. So we need to look into element completions and attribute completions. And we need to do both. Well, we need to look into both. So let's look at the A, for example. A has a custom validated attributes and it has a custom completion attributes. So we need to implement this and we need to make sure that it's wired in. So basically, let's making progress on A, how we start working on completions. So what is the problem? The problem is this. We need to look at the rules of A, but I think I remember them well enough. So the problem is this. A should not suggest. So A cannot suggest, and it has, where's the attributes? Where did I put them? I'm going to move them up top. I think the better place where to put them is right below the definition. Okay, so the problem is this. We cannot suggest any of these guys, until we have href. An anchor needs href to be able to have any of the other attributes. And this is actually a design choice. So this is the interesting question. Do we omit from the list of suggestions attributes that are incompatible because of current conditions, or do we not? And this is not obvious. This is genuinely a design choice that one has to make. So to be precise, here's how it works. I can show you here. Let's say that we have an anchor and we put rel. Well, the problem is that rel, you cannot have a rel attribute if you don't have href. You can't have target if you don't have href. The spec says that it's actually wrong to have target and rel in an anchor if you don't have href. So the question is, when we process suggestions, do we first suggest only href and nothing else? Or do we suggest everything and then the user will see the errors? Do we suggest attributes that can be wrong? Which is interesting because, for example, the policy for elements is to not suggest elements that will cause an error when placed. Maybe with some caveats, but that's the general rule. I'm thinking that with attributes, we don't want to do that. I think that with attributes, we want to show all attributes all the time. And then if there are some errors that come with that, the user will learn basically what to do or not to do via errors. And the reason why I don't want to hide attributes is because it's for discoverability. I feel like that having discoverability here is important, more important than preventing you from choosing something wrong. While for elements, I think discoverability is less important. Like you'll have plenty of opportunities to see what is the full list of elements. I feel like there's a different relationship between you and elements versus you and attributes of a specific element. So, okay. So my approach is list all of them all the time. So why are we doing this manually then here? We're doing this manually here because we need to have custom validation. And right now, we are not able to say, yeah, we have custom validation, but we don't have custom completion. Attributes can come in any order. Good question. I believe so. As far as I know, yes. Specify rel or target first isn't necessarily a mistake. No, it's not. It is a mistake if you leave them there and you never add something else. But starting with those, it's not an error. No. That is I understand what you're saying though. Yeah, that is, I guess, one more concrete way of explaining why it makes sense to deal with attributes and elements differently. Yeah. Okay, so here's my question then. Do we push down dynamic? I think we should push down dynamic at this point and say, look, validation might be dynamic, but completions are not. Actually, now that I think about it, if our argument is that we do not want to hide attributes from, if our design is that we never hide attributes from the completion list, well, except the ones that you have already written down. If we never use logic to hide the other ones, then completions never needs to be dynamic. So I guess it has to be like this. And so completions is not a function, but it's like a list, basically, I guess. But I don't know what that looks like for now. Yeah, like completions. Okay, let's go make this change. Although, 1 second. There are some cases where you cannot put an attribute because of nesting. So if we made this dynamic, we would be able to say, if it's an anchor under a button, you can't do href because it's an error, and we could take it out. Still, I think that taking it out, in that case, you would never be able to put href if you want the anchor to be nested. But really, hiding attributes from you seems a bad idea. Hiding elements seems okay. Hiding attributes, you know what? We wouldn't have this problem if the freaking LSP API allowed you to say, yes, you can list these options, but they are disabled. But unfortunately, LSP doesn't have the concept of disabled suggestions. If it had that, then we would be able to, then it would make sense to use like a custom function basically to compute this logic and provide you with reasons why those things are disabled. Yeah, but well, we don't have that now. So if we ever do, I guess we'll walk that bridge once we get there, if ever. Can you disable them, put them to the end? Yes, you can. You can change the order. There is also like an icon system, but the icons are for things like, is this an object versus is this an interface? So it's fucking useless. You can do that. But honestly, I still wouldn't want to do it because it's kind of like, it's janky. It's not nice. I feel like it's confusing. Like it would need to have that feature, but it just doesn't have that. Okay, let's do it like this then. Attributes is a struct. Validate is either static or dynamic. And if it's dynamic, it's a function. And completions is what? I think it has to be this way. A list. at least in a set. 1 second that I think about it. Actually, it can be like this. Yeah, I should map. No, I mean, okay, it's kind of obvious what this stuff is. Okay, so if we make it this way, and we go to a.zig, and we say attributes has this thing, completions. Yes, we have to do it this way, and then map. So map is attributes. Precisely. Nothing more, nothing less. Oh. Oh. Right. Right. I already encountered this problem. Where did I encounter this problem? I think it was in some like attribute value stuff. So the problem is that we need a map to match strings, but then we also want a sorted array. Man, I wish I could put a union, an enum in here. The problem is that putting enums is problematic in this context. Damn. Damn. I think we have this for validating. It's this guy. Yeah, look at this. Here we have a set and completions. So how did we do this? Where do we have a list? In auto capitalize. Yeah, so auto capitalize. How did we do it? Completions is, oh, just this. And then it's a set. Okay, in this case, okay, I get it. Because in this case, these guys have just their names, and then we have to put the description somewhere. But the problem with the other one, is that yeah, no, we don't need both. We are fine with like this. Yeah, like this. Okay, we'll leave it at that because we can compute it. Okay, so with this, we have everything. So A should be fine as is right now. Then in attribute map rule validate. There we go. Attribute completions. Here we have to do some work, I think. Okay, here we're trying to figure out if we're trying to provide completions for a value or for an attribute name. So this is, I think, the the value case. Still value case. Where's the normal case? There we go. This is the normal case. But here we are only doing global lists. The global list. Okay, so this is going to be fun. Total count is global list.len plus. We need the attribute list for this element. Where do we get that? What do we know? Are you making a full-fledged parser for HTML in Zig? Lyle, hello. I'm doing more than this. I'm writing a language server for HTML, which, yeah, it does start with a parser, but then I'm doing more than that. I'm like, check this out. Did you know that you cannot put, so you can put an anchor under a button only as long as it doesn't have an href. And so I tell you, invalid nesting under button, presence of href attribute. Did you know that under a button, you cannot put selected content unless the button is the first element of a select? Also notice how I'm about to rename the main element using symbol rename, and it renames both ends. So now it works, but you can only have one. If you have more than one, it's a duplicate child. This is all I'm implementing. Every single rule from the HTML spec, minus the ones that are minus a few ones that I consider not worth putting, plus some extra rules that the spec doesn't have. So there's like some minor adjustments that I'm making, but mostly it's all the rules from the spec. So people can finally write HTML and learn how things work. You know how sometimes you write HTML and then you say, oh, you know what, I want to wrap this in an anchor, and then you try it out and it doesn't work, and you don't know why, and then you look at the inspector and it turns out that your anchor or your div was moved around by the browser, and you start asking, wait, why did this happen? Sometimes it's because you forgot to close the element and your editor didn't tell you. Some other times it's because you did wrong nesting. For example, if you try to stuff a div inside of a P element, it doesn't work. Divs cannot be inside of Ps. So what happens is that the browser will basically extract your div and put it outside the P. But then if you have CSS rules that are doing things with margin and padding, for example, it all goes out of whack. And then you get confused and you don't know what's going on. And well, with this LSP, it's not going to happen anymore because it will tell you. It will tell you that it will tell you when you're doing something wrong. Boom. Plus also auto suggestions. So total count is going to be the global list of attributes plus the attributes for this element, right? Which we don't have because we're not even passing down information. So we need to say what the element is. So we can do element. Should we do this or should we do the list? You know what? Let's do the list immediately, like directly. Wait a second. I'm dumb. I am so dumb. We don't need this. Now I remember why. Oh my god. We don't need... Wait, didn't I take some of these things out? We don't need this. We don't need this. Why do we not need any of this? Because now I remembered. Because so if you think about it, it's obvious. With this system, I'm placing a pointer to that list of attributes. So every instance of element has a pointer to its own attributes. But I don't want to do this because elements, I have an enum for elements. So what I want is to stuff all attributes, well, all sets of attributes in a single array list well, in a single array, and just index into it using the enum, which is what I set up a while ago, and then I forgot. It's here. It's this guy. Here I have element attributes, which is an enum array. So for A, I have its attributes placed here. Right. So that's why I don't need to know which. Well, I need to know though the element tag. Which I'm calling kind. Or we could call it. In this case, since it has to be an element, let's call it element tag. Okay, so let's say that we do have the element tag. Okay, I think that this counting work needs to be done up top. You forgot to ping in Discord. Hey, Danik, thank you. I did. I'll do it now. Okay, I did it. Thank you. So, total count is the global list length plus element attributes is going to be what did I call this thing? Element underscore attrs. Okay. Get element tag. Also, let's assert we need to assert that it is an element. I think we also need to assert that it's not one of the invalid ones. You know what? This is fine. So element attributes is this global list length plus element attributes dot length. So this is the total count. Total count. Okay. Now the problem is that we're basically merging into one dynamic bit set, and down below it's going to be one single array list. Well, single array. Two indices that are both basically we need to offset one of these two indices past the length of the other set. I guess we can probably, it's better. So these guys are always going to be present. Like the global list is always going to be present, and these guys might not be present. So but then wait. But then there's the ordering problem. We actually do want to have element specific attributes. We want them to show up before global list elements. So these guys are going to be index 0, start at 0. These guys are going to offset at that length. Okay. So scene count 0. STT next. So we see an attribute. We try to get the attribute model from global. That works, but it's more complicated because I think that we need to get the attribute model and the offset of this attribute model to flip it in, for example, the scene dynamic bit set. Where do we mess with scene? I guess here we're doing some completion logic because Oh, right, because the scene at the end of the day is only necessary if we are recommending tag names, and we actually don't even know that yet, because as we reparse those attributes, we might discover that we are actually the offset, like the cursor, is actually in a value, so we should recommend values. And that's what the first type of checking that we do, which is fair. So I would do this: attribute model const utter offset utter index utter idx. Yeah, because otherwise we don't know if it's a global attribute or not, and we need to track this here. So if global get name, then break blk with gl and element attributes.len plus gl.idx. If element attributes.get name. Yo, a bit. It's been a bit. A year, maybe. So attributes. No offsetting, so just ea.idx. Now here's the problem. What if there is no match? If there is no match, we just continue. It's completions, right? We're not validating, so it's just completion. So we ignore it if we don't recognize it. Okay, so there we go. We have the attribute model. We have the attribute index. This all does not care about the attribute index at all. So this is all fine. Here, we're not fine though. Oh, list index. I think we should keep calling it like list index. That's nice. Okay, so this is the list index. And so we put it there and we increase scene count. Okay, we get here. And now it's time to make this. So this is total count. Items IDX for global list. So for element attributes 0 dot dot and I think it's this. Actually, this is like an 4 of 2 things. There's no way I'll be able to do this, but it would be nice if I could. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. This is global list, while this is global. I don't think we have element attributes list, do we? So global list is, yeah, global list is the extracted thing like this. But you don't really need this. I mean, it's nice if you have it. That's fair. But you don't need this. Okay, let's do the other one for real. And then we will think about what to do with this. Yeah, you don't really strictly need this. So element attributes dot keys or dot values. I think we need both. There we go. So if, and then there's an index here, which no, we do not want. So if it's seen v.idx, then items at v.idx has key and as description has v.desk, which we do have, right? We do. And then we increase. Oh, wait a second. Do we increase? We do not increase. We do not increase. We do not increase. This is beautiful. And then we can do the same also for with the global. We do not need global list. This is crazy. So we can actually do this for real. Which I think we can do like this, right? Const utter map const offset equals. I don't think this for loop will work as is. I'll need to make a type for this, but that's it. I think worst case. Why not use the bit sets count rather than counting manually? Because the bit set count is computed. It does a bunch of math and it does pop count on each, I guess, chunks of it. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe this is more efficient than tracking it myself. Maybe not. I have no idea, honestly. I started with doing it myself, and so I'm continuing doing it. I genuinely have no mental model for which is preferable. Okay, so with this, setting aside the fact that I suspect this might not work, hello? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Setting that aside, this should be fine. The problem is that completions is not going to get called without that argument, which is a problem. And also, we're going to need to fix a few things because we changed the layout of this thing. Yeah. So temp element, what does it have in attributes? Validate is static. And that's it, right? So wait, does that mean that attributes is just validation? At this point, attributes is just validation. Okay. Okay. Okay, so most of them are going to be fine. Let's go fix the other stuff. Audio. Okay, audio is not fine then. Yeah. Return dynamic completions. Element. If we're doing completions, we don't switch attributes. We unconditionally do this. And attribute completions was also the kind element dot kind. There you go. Tag. Validate attributes. Okay. There you go. Yeah. Okay, this kind of sucks. Let's see. When I was taking web design classes in 2015, 2005-ish, I would always ask my teacher why certain tag does not do what he would say. And he would say, just worry about learning HTML and CSS. Just worry about learning HTML and CSS. Is your language server. Here to bridge that gap. He said just worry about learning HTML and CSS. Huh? So, yes. I don't understand what the just worry. If you don't know how HTML works, yes, learning HTML and CSS will teach you how HTML works and why certain tags do what they do. That is correct. My language server can, I guess, give you a nudge in that direction. Sure. It will prevent you from writing wrong HTML, like horribly wrong HTML at the very least. But how can I say? You can see it as something that helps with that. But dude, if you want to, like, you can learn HTML today. Go open the freaking spec and read it. Nobody does it, so I get it. But you don't need my tool's permission to do that. You could have done this all along. This doesn't apply to just to this, if you think about it. But anyway. I want a small help body. Uh-huh. What help is it that you want coding underscore 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 Sanji? I don't know when LSP was invented. Nah, 2005 seems too early. I think it's sooner. It's closer to us than that. 2016. Great year. Yeah, there we go. Unable to resolve count time value. So this is a struct of const. Oh, you know what? Actually, this might be on me. If I do this, are you happy now? No, okay. Yeah, we're having a bit of a Go moment. This is like Go shit, but well, whatever. We compile. So this might be it. Let's see how good we are at producing suggestions for Anchor. But we're good. href target download ping rel href lang type referrer policy, and then all the weird all the global ones start. And look at for one of the global ones, we even have a proper description. So we have fixed attribute auto completion. And actually, this works in a delightful way. Let's see if we're actually good at this. Oh, no, we're not good at this. I think we crashed. No, we didn't. Then why are we not auto-suggesting, dude? Yeah, no, we must have crashed somehow. Or worse, we're looping forever. Oh, no. I'm not sure if this is my Super HTML, the one that I'm looking at right now. I think it might be another one. Okay, you know what? Let's exit and then we restart. Okay. Yeah, I think something went horribly wrong. Language server exited. Is this for a crash or from? No, we are okay. We're yeah, language server exited. Okay, so we're stuff is going horribly wrong. Oh no, what is happening? Element attributes, get element tag. Out of curiosity, do we does map have some kind of concept of length? KVs, len indexes, min len, max len, KV, empty this, empty that. Keys, values. Oh. Yeah, there's no better way to do this. Oh, kvs.len. So this is where we could fetch this information. Okay. Is there a standard Zig benchmarking suite? What is it that you want to benchmark? Like the Zig compiler? In terms of how fast it is at compiling? Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay. Um, so here's what I would do then. Oh, no, this might be the problem. No. This is not the problem. Oh, wait, am I subtracting scene count from the one down below? God damn it, that's the problem. That's the problem. Oh, okay, now I get it. Oh shit, now I get it. Now I get it. That's why I was doing things differently earlier. This algorithm here is wrong. Fuck. So this would work. This would work. This like this, it does not work. It just straight up does not work. God damn it. So here's the problem. If we make this list the total count, then there are gonna be holes in it, because there will be attributes that we have already inserted that we don't want to generate a completion for. So the total count is not the total count, it's the total count minus the ones that actually are already out there. What's the problem though? The problem is, well, then, okay, we want to do this, but then if we do it this way, we're trying to insert, so we want to insert these things in an order that makes sense. The problem is we're inserting these things wrongly. So I guess we need to have a sort. You know what? We just need to have a sort step using VIDX. The problem is that there is no VIDX in here. Oh god. Yeah, so we can have a sort step, but it really freaking sucks. This is why the original code. Okay, now I get it. This is why the original code was using the global list, because the global list is already sorted as it needs to be. And if we have the same for attributes, then we're good. The problem is that right now we just do not have that. And that freaking sucks. That freaking sucks. You know what this means? I think this means that we need to have, yeah, so the global attribute list thing, not the global one, sorry, the one for each element needs to have a sorted list of elements. So every element should define a sorted list of attributes, not a set, not a map, sorry, but a sorted list. That's what we stuff in the array, and alongside it, we also generate the set. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. And at that point, we'll have both at our disposal. Okay, so what does this look like? This looks like this. We go to a.zig, and instead of a map, but also completion attributes, no more this. Let's see, at this particular instance, I'm curious if bit set count is faster than counting, or at which point results change. Yeah, you just have to do it manually. There is no, I mean, yeah, the best piece of advice that you got is from Josh. It's poop. Poop, you can use poop to benchmark two programs against one another, but you have to write the program yourself. So write a program that yeah, basically computes count for something. Also, you need to try different, like, varying degrees of fullness. I think size, it's one for sure, but also what is count on a, like, does pop count change in performance if there are many ones versus few ones, that kind of stuff, I guess. Okay, so we don't make this a map anymore. We just make it a list of names and attributes. They don't need to have an index anymore then. Or do they? Or do they? Let me think. We could have a wrapper. We should have a wrapper. Okay. So we take out the index, which is actually good that we can get rid of this shitty abstraction. So no more this. No more this. And actually, this doesn't need to be a function. Were we using the index somewhere else? Yeah, we were somewhere, but it's fine. Okay, so we do it like this. And then in attributes, this is not an enum array from kind to a map. We need to make a type for it. An attribute set is a struct that contains I guess the list and the map. Oh my god. Attribute set. Yep. So this is the attribute set. And element attributes is a map from. This is more like element sets, attribute sets, basically. Well, it's okay. Element attributes, fine. And this is not a map, but this is a attribute set. So temp map becomes temp set. Empty map becomes empty set. Empty set. So this is an empty set. But this is now different. I think for these guys, we compute it here. No, 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 no. What am I doing? I'm a silly goose. Actually, it doesn't need to be pub. Function init take scene. I think this is not gonna work though because we need to create a type for it. But it's fine. I'm gonna keep. I'm gonna make some progress and I'm gonna fix those types. So init these guys. So what do we do? We need to make a map. Actually, we could do something better. We could make this an array. And instead of extending, we know the length. There you go. Ah, this is actually super cool. I think that what Danik wants to do is see if manual counting versus pop count, which one works better, I guess, in certain conditions. I don't know. So I think we have init figured out. The only problem that we have right now is this. We need to do this better. Name model. Yep. And so this is not really an attribute list. This is an attribute entry. What if we did this? You know what? Even though it's redundant, let's keep it. I hate it. Okay, never mind. We give attribute for the attribute qualifier for the other one and not for this one. That's gonna be my decision, I guess. Okay. So with this, A should be good. So init get index. I don't know. I think function at. Actually, this does not return an attribute. This returns a fuck. Fuck. Yeah, this is so dumb. Giving a type to the list is so stupid. I hated that, and it just does not work. Named attribute, I guess. Okay, so get should return a named attribute. Well, no, it should not return a named attribute. It should just return an attribute. So list dot author index given a name gives us an index at. No at. We can just index in list ourselves. Okay. So now we're finally getting somewhere. We are finally getting somewhere. Still a ton of compile errors everywhere, all over the place, but we're getting there. So what does that make of globals? Well, global then is not these two things. Global is the same thing. Global needs to be a attribute set, which we can init. And it wants a list of named, which is this. Oh shit, right. So here's the other thing. Dot name is this. I kinda, you know what? Maybe name should really be a tuple. Because now that we have this, now we can do it. It's just convenient to use a tuple here. Let's see what happens now. Okay, now the global list doesn't exist anymore, so this thing is freaking out. This is global.list.len. This gives us an element set, so this is not... there you go. But now from this get, we're getting something else. We're not getting the same thing as before, but I guess we'll fix it later. There's no more index. Oops. I guess VT closing parentheses. No. Shit. temp. Match around. Match. Why did it not work down here? Wait, what happened with 13? What? Oh shit, because it selects the item prop. Yeah. There we go. You can cycle primary cursor and select the one you don't want. I think I vaguely remember you can do that. I just don't remember the keybind in any case. I figured out how to avoid that problem. Okay. Now there's our thing here. What do we do with this? What do we do with this? Now we need to update this algorithm. So it is a scene count. We do need a var items idx that starts at 0. And at the end of the process, we need to assert that items idx is items.len. That's going to be a post condition for sure. Then this loop is not like this anymore. Or is it? You know what? I think we need to start from the top because now the types of these things have changed. So like element attributes.get is going to give us not the same thing as before. It's going to give us an attribute set. So an attribute set has init, has get, and index. So when you do get on an attribute set, you don't get the attribute anymore, and that's it. But you get the named attribute. And here we care about also the index. So maybe get should... Yeah, so this is... Then it's not get. This is index. That's what it is. So we get this index. We grab the thing in here, but we also want to keep the index because we need to do it this. We need to do this math for global. Well, for element attributes, get is fine, except it's going to give us a named. Also, this one gives us a named attribute thingy. Do we want the name attribute instead of just the model? No, we just want the model. So it's gl.model. Oh, but we do want the index down here as well, so never mind. Okay. Everything else I think stays the same. Okay, we get down here. So what do we want to do? We want to scan these two sets in order. Or we use an iterator on scene. I think scanning the two things in order is not a bad idea. Yeah, actually, this is interesting. I'm not sure. It's debatable. You know what? Let's start with scene. Options. What are the options that you pass to this guy? Kind determines which bits should be visited. Set, of course. The direction. Holy shit! You can also do direction. This is awesome. I don't need this now, but I think at some point I might have needed the backward direction. So it's cool to know that this is a thing. Okay, so while it.next. So if scene IDX is lower than lm utters dot list dot len, then we do. Oh, also we do this. Excuse me. Okay, let's go to one. So we do items at items idx equals lm utters actually this is still a tuple, so it's ea0 dot desk is ea1 dot desk. Okay. Else is the same thing, except from a different list. You know what? Probably want to do this then. There you go. So this should be it. Now we have caused a ton of pain everywhere, so we're gonna need to fix some things, that's for sure. Attribute set cannot be reference non-pointer type KV. Yeah, we need to get it by pointer. Oh man. Validate attributes. Oh shit. This thing is gonna be very different now. So this is gonna be global keys, global variables, global values. I don't think we're gonna need this. We'll see. In any case, it's gonna be attributes.len. Oh, I just realized a thing. If we create the map elsewhere, then we here won't have access to the map. Like if we make this a list of named attributes and that's it, then we don't have access to the map. But we're gonna need the map because we need to go to do get on it. So in reality, what we want this to be is a attribute set. And then we do .init on. Yeah. Yep. So this means that this is different. We don't do .init. We just use it straight up. And you know what? This should be a pointer to an attribute set. No copies. There we go. Okay, so now this is an attribute set, and now we can do get on it. Perfect. So scene attributes, it's gonna be attributes.list.len. Mem set everything to null. And actually, this is comp time known. Yeah, so we should still be able to do this. This is perfect. So we do attributes.get name. That doesn't get us the model. This gives us the named. Oh, and we want the index. Okay, so we do index. And then we break with the model. Otherwise, we need to do stuff on global. We get the global index by doing global on name and index, or else we complain. And then it's attribute.global.list. Huh. We are checking. Oh, this is interesting. We are checking if it's no, we should not do this. We should be able to do index of. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Index of item prop. We already have index with a runtime name. Hmm. Match, I think. One line function. I believe that if you tag it in line, then I guess my point is that I want this function to. I want to guarantee that this function runs at com time. I don't know if there's what better ways I have to express this. So the fact that this argument is provided at com time doesn't guarantee that the function runs at com time. Inline actually by itself doesn't guarantee that either, I think. But yeah, I don't think that inline does anything in here. I do want the inline for, I think, because in the inline for, actually maybe this one should be also com time. Should I say that? I think it's fine though. So for AA list named if named 0.ptr equals name.ptr, return true, otherwise return false. Not 0, but idx. What am I doing? It's not a for loop even. Oh, snap. Right, it's not even a for loop. Wait a second. Wait a second. No, I'm structuring this wrong. This function needs to return an index given a com time name. And it does that by searching. And the search happens at com time. That's what I want. Okay. 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 And it should be unreachable. There we go. And so I want this to be in line, and I don't want to this. I don't want this to be comp time. Does that make sense? Yes. Match is not a great word though. Match should be. It's like comp time index basically. That's what I want this to be. Basically, this is just a fancy way of saying, look, what is the index of item prop? And I could hard code it manually, like item prop is, it's in the global list of attributes, but it's like 22 down here somewhere. Previously, I did have numbers written down explicitly, but now what I'm doing is using comp time to say, look, do find the index that this thing is at comp time, resolve this at comp time. I could put comp time in front of it to guarantee this. But I would like for this to be, how can I say, like self-evidently true. I would like for this to guarantee to be comp time even if I don't put comp time in front of it. And I think that inline should do this, I think. Okay, let's see. So And so basically I want this if to become a 7 equals runtime number, or like some comp time number here becomes like gets hard coded in here. That's what I want. Okay, so then we say has item prop, and we say yes, and then we break with gvals idx. What? Why? Because we're on the model, right? There we go. Okay. What other problems do we have? Attribute set is not marked pub. What's the problem? No field name model in tuple struct. Oh. Right. It's tuple, so instead of dot model, we do Q. It's ugly though. You know what? I'm rethinking whether this should be a tuple. It was convenient not having to modify certain things, but boy, using indices sucks. Because the problem is that we're returning. Actually, wait a second. Get gives you that. Index gives you that. We could add a model that takes in an index and gives you a model at a given index. And that way we wouldn't have to change this. You know what? Let's not get too clever with tuples. Let me think about it for a second. How good is this? Is this really good? Is this bad? This one is the one that probably is more relevant. Name equals href. Outer equals this. Sorry, this is model. To be honest, this is not bad. And this can even become this. Which kind of makes us want to do this. And then like realistically it will be like this. It's not bad. I guess we can fix this with just a little bit of editor magic. I mean, the other version wasn't bad. But dealing with tuples freaking sucks. Okay, let's go mess with global now. Attribute set. And now nothing makes sense. Let's see how good I'm going to be with this. Select dot curly start line, then some spaces. How do you say some spaces? Can I do this? Actually, that would be. No wait, it's if it is anything is /w star. No, that already is not working really well. Oh, but we can do this. There you go. Because they're all at the same indentation level. Word append dot name equals word append dot model equals word. Actually, it's just these ones that have attribute that I want to change. So this becomes a dot. This becomes a dot. And that's it. Well, we fixed all of them. Could have been worse, I guess. Okay, let's see what more we need to fix. There's stuff that there's still a bunch of stuff that we need to fix, that's for sure. Audio was never updated to the new system, so let's go do this. Now validated attributes needs to change. Oh, completions content. This one will still need to implement. Okay, attribute. Okay, now we need to think about this more, huh? We get a given name. Oh, look at this hard-coded number. Delightful hard-coded number. Delightful hard-coded number, man. So this is index. And then we do if attributes dot comp time index of, and you know what? Actually, it's not unreachable. In attribute, this unreachable is more like at compile error. Fail to resolve index for name. There you go. It's a compile error. And we want people to actually... Yeah, we want people to actually do this. Yeah, sorry. We want to tell people that this is what's happening. It's a compile error. Cool. So we do comp time index of controls. And we assert that it's IDX. There we go. Otherwise, we do get on the global list, which gives us the model. Otherwise, append error, blah, blah, blah. So this all works. So this is kind of done. Then validate content has the same problem because it wants to see if we have indexes 0. Oh, man. So this is looking for controls. And the other one is looking for source. So instead of get, we do index. If attributes dot comp time index of source is equal to idx, then we say that it does have idx has source. Sorry, yes, has source. Okay, everything else can stay the same. Okay, this is getting cleverer. We're getting kind of clever. Next problem. Exercise string map, blah, blah, blah. Oh. Do we keep the map in here or do we make it a pointer? No, I think we keep the map. This is fine. Button needs to be, oh no, button. Mr. Button, what did you do? You need to be fixed. There we go. Sorted keys. Right. I thought you had to do manual memory allocation / the allocation in Zig. Am I misinformed? I don't see you do that anywhere. You are not misinformed. It is correct that you have to do manual memory management in Zig. But that doesn't mean that you need to allocate and free any single thing that you declare. For example, here, I'm declaring these as variables that exist in global memory. So I don't know how familiar you are with these concepts. So I might be explaining something that you already know. If that's the case, think of it as an explanation for the people in chat who might not know. But when we say globals, we tend to mean two things, which are related but not the same. One is global scope, as in, for example, in C, there are no namespaces. Everything is in the global scope, and it freaking sucks because it means that, you know, anything could touch anything because they could refer by name to every variable that has been defined anywhere except variables that have been defined in function bodies, which is one funny reason why the static keyword exists, but that's a story for another day. In Zig, we don't have this problem because everything is namespaced. So here, this is a file, and this file is a namespace in on itself. So it's the button namespace. So whenever something else imports button, they can do button.button, for example. I do have like button.button, yeah. But they can do button.attributes to get access to the attributes for this button. So the names are not in a global namespace. They are namespaced. But the memory is still global memory. You can think of it as a singleton. There is only one button definition, and you don't create instances of button. Actually, button by itself is an instance. This button here is an instance of element, but the file where I'm placing it also has the attributes defined. So I'm not placing attributes inside of this definition. They're outside, but this is like my choice. Point being, these things exist in global memory. So they are static information in the executable that doesn't need to be allocated or freed because it's always there. For example, here, this button has a description, and this description is just a string that exists in the executable, and it's never going to be allocated or deallocated, or rather, loading the program into memory is allocating this. And then when the process ends and the program gets deallocated from memory, that's when you free it. So there is no management within the lifetime of the program that I would need to care about manually. Now, this is this stuff. There is other stuff instead. Right now, I'm mostly playing around with these definitions that are like, as I said, like global stuff. But for example, there's another big aspect of what I'm doing, which is the AST, and the AST is very different. The AST is a list of nodes and a list of errors. And so when you want to create an AST, and you can have many of these guys, depending on how many files you're trying to parse, yes, now I do manual memory management. I say, okay, these are my list of nodes. And if something goes terribly wrong while parsing this AST, which is not syntax errors. Syntax errors are not considered things going horribly wrong. But if something else goes horribly wrong, then we're going to need to free this list of nodes. If something goes horribly wrong, we're going to need to free this list of errors. And look at this. I have a string hash map of scene attributes. It's only one because I keep resetting it and reutilize the same memory over and over every time I'm looking at. So the point is that in HTML, you cannot have duplicate attributes in the same element. So like on a given element, you can give it ID, for example, but you cannot give it ID twice. You cannot give it class twice. And this is like a global rule. No duplicated attributes. So I have a hash map where as I'm parsing a single element, I look at all the attributes that I see, and I use this to notice that I've seen the same attribute twice, and I use this to complain about it. But once I'm done building the AST and I've run through everything, I don't need this memory anymore. So these above here are the inits that run only in the case of a horrible error. These guys, this one instead runs unconditionally. Every time we're done building the AST, I free the memory that I don't need. Now, once you get an AST and everything went well and you were able to parse it, then if you as like the user of this library are done using the AST, you can free it by calling the init on it. So here there is memory management happening, but it's not everywhere. It only happens sometimes. And there's also a lot of techniques like arena allocators where you don't care about the lifetime of an individual item, but you care about the lifetime of groups of items. So in reality, like if you come from the perspective of thinking, well, if the language has manual memory management, I need to do a lot of that everywhere. And I always need to keep that in mind. And if I don't, then my program will crash in horrible ways. That's not exactly true. That's not true. It would be more true if we were using C, because C wouldn't allow me to be this clever with global memory. It would force me to do some of these things at different moments of execution, not at comp time, basically. It would force me to do some of this stuff at runtime, the majority of it, which does get you in a situation where you have to worry about manual memory management more than I do right now. And on top of that, in C, this concept of treating objects, items, like allocations as like, lifetimes of things as like lifetimes of groups of things and not individual things, is not really something that has been, it's not a programming style that you find very often in C. So in C, you will see a lot more freeing and mallocing than you see in Zig because of that. So what is my point? My point is that manual memory management is actually, when done well, when done like the Zig style, it's only good stuff and nothing bad actually, because you get to be clever about memory in a way that you just have no hope of ever being in a higher level programming language, and that can have a huge impact on how your program behaves in terms of performance, memory usage, and even how it deals with situations where there is no memory. Like you can create in Zig a program that doesn't crash when you run out of memory, which is a nice property to have in some programs. Not all of them, but in some it is good to have. And at the same time, it's not horribly tedious. If you do it well, you don't have to worry about it much. Most of the time, at the very least. What's happening? Expected type, const attribute set, found const, starting string map, blah, 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 blah. with equal blah 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 blah. Really? Yep. The reason why I create two of these guys is because empty set is genuinely an empty set. Some items will have a genuinely empty set, but the majority of them I actually just haven't gone through yet. So I'm saying, yeah, B is genuinely an empty set, but audio I don't know yet. I need to go through it. Actually, I do know. I forgot to wire it in. So yeah. So yeah. Have you experienced this? This? Not open for writing? I don't know. I don't know, man. You're not giving me a ton of information. Paste your code in a zig bin and the error message below. Incompatible types. Let's see. Where are we? Incompletions. Okay. Incompatible types. Pointer to attribute set and attribute set. Right, because this is ampersand global. And this is now dot name. And this is now dot model. There we go. Okay, we got to the... I think these are close to being the final errors. We're doing so well. Holy cow. Oh, let's look at tab index. Oh, yes. Finally, this tab index stuff we can solve. So, we're validating the attributes in a simply in one of those simple cases where we just have a list of attributes that we want to check. And we're just validating them. So let's see, element attrs, we get them. You get one of those. And then you try to get name. So I think that this doesn't work anymore, or does it? No, it does work actually. And that gives you the attribute model, yes. Yeah, it's an enum array. So this is all good. And then we're saying, well, we want the index of the attribute model, but we don't have it. So, and also we don't have this. Oh, there's also this or equals thing, which is, I guess it's cool. So how does that work? First of all, we need the index. So we can't chain this way. After idx, blk const model, well, because idx is going to be index const model equals attribute dot element attrs dot list at idx dot get name. Can you do get on that? Dot one sec. No, actually I got it wrong. This is get, and then it's index name. There we go. And that gives us the index. And then the model is element attributes. Okay, I got it. So the set, and then after set list at index is the model. Oh, but then we need to do the global thing. Oh, shit. Okay, this has become more complicated to implement, more pernicious than it was before. Index also is optional, right? Yeah, this needs to be return an optional. And so we would kind of like to do or else, but I think we'll have to do if. And then we can do this. Oh, but we still need the index, I think. This can else if attribute.global.get name. Actually, index. Else. Okay, I think this makes sense. So in here, there you go. Grab it from attribute set, grab it from the global thing. Otherwise, report an error. And so after we have the attribute model and the attribute BLK, oh shit. Oh. We don't actually care about the index. We really only care about tab index. And tab index is only in the global case. So tab index or equals IDX being equal to attribute.global comp time index tab index. That's where we care about this. This code is actually so much better than before. Holy shit. And so we don't care about this. And so actually this can be this. There you go. Okay, we have fixed it. I don't believe it. We compile. Language server exited. Oh no, we crashed again. Assertion failure. Oh, nice. Okay, so we failed this assert. It means that we have some math wrong, probably in items IDX. When computing completions. So this is in attribute completions. So in here, there's a post condition that we are not fulfilling. Let's see if we are dumb. Yeah, you know why? Because this is -1. Because we don't exit the while loop by failing this condition. we exit the while loop by just not re-entering anymore. So it's either we do the -1 here or we don't do this. You know what? Let's do it like this. We do it with the fur, and we do not do the sum there. God damn it. I messed it up again. Really? Oh, you know what? Because this doesn't... Right. The defer doesn't change that. We have to do -1. Okay. Again? Oh no! Something else is wrong. Okay, let's see. What's your issue? This should not work. Why does it work? It works because interface is not a function. I think interface should be made a function at this point. So here's what you're doing wrong, Danik. This guy here has a state. This was not the case before. The things have changed. So now you need to keep... So this thing that you made var doesn't need to be var. It can be const. So the interface, when you get access to the interface, and by the way, you need to get access to the interface via pointer. Okay, let me fix this for you so you can see. Actually, you know what? Maybe this is not a bad idea. Okay, so here's how it works. You can't do this. I would do it this way. And now it works. So this guy has state and it needs to be var. This guy is an interface and you need to grab it by pointer, because if you take it out of std out, you're copying this interface outside, and now the interface is trying to do field parent pointer, and instead it's messing up. So you're now starting having issues. Okay, this happens to work, but this is wrong. So what's happening right now is that it happens to be working, but it shouldn't. So yeah, be careful. I think this works. Why does this work? I think it's some kind of lucky optimization, but the point is that this is the correct way of doing it. Right there has a state. You need to keep it around. Interface needs to be accessed by pointer, and then you're good. I really think that they should make this a function. And if you make this a function, it can accept a mutable pointer. The problem is that the field needs to be there anyway. I don't know. I don't know what the solution should be. In any case, these are the food guns. Now you know. Okay, why is my math wrong? What am I fucking up? So, we create items to be total count. Oh shit. minus scene count, and then I'm only iterating the scene stuff. I'm a fucking idiot, man. We obviously want to iterate, and I was staring at the iterator options and instead and not seeing anything, so it's unset. Kind unset. Wait, is the -1 problem? Oh. Index out of bounds. Index 26, length 26. What is the problem here, though? Scene index, if it's lower, if it's equals list len, then it needs to be in global. Oh. But right. So it's need to be like this. It needs to be like this. Item list slash. So for this guy, it is scene index. For this guy, it's scene index minus lm utters dot list dot len. Yeah, we need to rebase it. There you go. Okay, we're slowly getting that algorithm right, but not quite there yet. Closer, but not quite there yet. What is your problem, man? Assertion failure. So the -1 is not necessary. At this point, I don't even know anymore what's going on. There we go. We stopped crashing. God damn it. So target download, download ping rel, type, refer policy, dir, autocorrect, autofocus, hreflang, ping, all attributes. Okay. Ooh, we got it working. Okay. Jesus. What does this mean? Well, this means that we have attribute completions for real. And we have figured out a way of getting the metaprogramming working as it should. And it does serve all our use cases pretty well. So I'm happy. What is the next thing that we do? There's element completions that we haven't wired in. Or we could look a little bit more into attributes. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking we should close A. The A element is almost done. Really almost done. The only thing that it's missing right now is us doing attributes. So I think we go into A and we knock out everything else that's left. After we're done with this, we won't have to touch this file anymore. We will be genuinely done with it. So let's kill temp, basically. Goal is killing the temporary attribute in its attribute set and fill it out as it should, as we should. So in attribute here, there's one thing in the global set. So we did put links to MDN and HTML spec also for attributes. So we want to copy this style. Oh, but it's not a global attribute. Okay, so we're gonna need to figure out what the link is for the href. God damn it, it doesn't select within parentheses. Okay. Let's go do that. One by one. Anchor element. Href. Copy link. The URL the hyperlink points to. Links are not restricted to HTTP based URLs. They can use any URL scheme supported by browsers. Spec. Okay. So href rule URL can be empty. So we're good. Then next is target. Download ping, rel, hreflang, and all the other ones. Oof. Okay, let's go. Target. How big can it be? Target attribute, if present, must be a valid navigable target name or keyword. It gives the name of the navigable that will be used. User agents use this name when following hyperlinks. What is a navigable? Non-specified for links and from submissions. Empty string. Blank self parent, yeah. Top, name that doesn't exist. Name that exists and is a descendant. Name that exists and is current. Name that exists and is an ancestor that is top. Name that exists that is an ancestor that is not top. Other name that exists with common top. Name that exists a different top. Oh my god. What the heck are these things? Navigable target names. Navigables can be given target names, which are strings that allow certain APIs, such as window.open or the A elements target attribute, to target navigations that are navigable. A valid navigable target name is any string with at least one character that does not contain both an ASCII tab or new line and a diamond bracket, and it does not start with a underscore. Names starting with an underscore are reserved for special keywords. A valid navigable target name or keyword is any string that is either a valid name or an ASCII case insensitive match for blank self parent or top. These values have different meanings based on whether the page is sandboxed or not, as summarized in the following non-normative table. In this table, current means navigable, that is, link of script is in, parent means parent of the navigable. Okay, so we don't care about that. We do care about this. These are the two things that we care about. So in a sense, this is it's almost a list, right? There are some list suggestions, but then other things are not part of the list. We could try building up completions by looking at other navigables throughout the document, but that honestly, I don't know. At least for now, doesn't seem super important. Although we could collect them. That is true. That is indeed true. I'm trying to think how is like our auto completion thing faring, but So this is a new case that we need to deal with. Okay, that sounds good. So target is going to be an attribute. Rule equals, we don't know yet, desk. I don't know if these links are correct. Oh, we can't link to target directly. We can only link to this part. Wait, what about this one? Oh, no, we can then link to this. Oh, I guess we can copy link. Okay, so it has some JavaScript connected to it, but we can copy link. Copy link to highlight. No, god damn it. Is this an anchor? These people are driving me insane. Does it have an ID? Yeah, utter hyperlink ref. Utter hyperlink target. Okay, so that works. Okay, so I think we might make this a list rule, but then we need the text validation for the other text. Do we make that generic, or do we make it a custom function? I think we might want to make it a custom function. So like it's either an element of the list, or so that means that so that means that it's either going to be an element of the list, or you will have something else. Alternatively, we re-implement the list concept in here. I think we should try to reuse as much as we can. Yeah, set and completions. I don't remember which ones these guys are. Also, this is like this. So we're gonna need that. It's always going to be very helpful. Thanks for creating it. You're welcome. Well, I still need to finish it. It's gonna be still needs a good chunk of work. So what the question is, how do we provide auto completion for something that is a list but also open to other things? I'm thinking this should be extra as an optional pointer. Or as an enum. Let's start filling out the list part, and then we think about the rest later. So self, the current browsing context, default. Oh, this can actually be a single line. Blank. Parent. You know what? Maybe they should be multi-line. Top. Unfenced top. Allows embedded fence frames to navigate. Okay. Oh, there's also a node. Although maybe this is... Oh, you know what? This is actually good, I think. Honestly, this is not bad. But for these guys, we keep it this way. Yeah. Hey, I'm lag. Yeah. So there we go. This seems not bad to me. Did I type correctly? Unfenced frame. Oh, and some fenced top. Okay. There's the node stuff that I think on blank I think we should do. Okay, so we have the list version. Man, this is a lot of painful work. So let's see how it works for now, as is. So we need to put href, otherwise it complains. Then we do target. And it suggests self, the current browsing context, default, not bad. Blank, usually a new tab, but users can configure browsers to open a new window instead. When set on A elements, it implicitly provides the same rel behavior as setting rel equals no opener, which does not set window.opener. Parent. The parent browsing context of the current one, if no parent, it behaves as self. Top. The topmost browsing context. To be specific, this means the highest context that's an ancestor of the current one, if no ancestors, behaves as self. Unfenced top allows embedded fenced frames to navigate the top level frame, i.e. traversing beyond the root of the fence frame, unlike other reserved destinations. Note that the navigation will still succeed if this is used outside of a fence frame context, but it will not take a reserved keyword. I don't know what the fuck that stuff means, but fine, cool. So we have all of this. Delightful. We're missing the custom name stuff, because right now, if you try to put custom names, so this should work, but it complains. Okay, this is the next thing. Also, wait, space K. Yeah, where to display the linked URL as the name for browsing context, type of window, or iframe, MDN, HTML spec. These links don't work in Helix, but that's a Helix problem. Okay. I think it should be like this. Custom should be a union. And that says none, any, let's say extra. Or custom. So these are the possibilities. None and any we implement built in. Custom is just going to be a callback, which accepts, I guess, the value, and that's it for now. And it returns a optional rejection string. Okay, so that means that in the case of A, and we say that default is just none. So this means that extra equals target extra. Okay, how does target extra work? Let's see what were the rules. Oh, I guess we should call it navigable. Navigable name. Check navigable name. I'm starting to think that I know how to do this in terms of suggestions. Okay, let's implement this, and then I'm gonna do the other improvement. So, what are these rules? With at least one character that does not contain both an ASCII tab or new line and a greater than. Any string with at least one character so an ASCII tab or a new line or a lower than sign. And then does not start with underscore. Okay, let's so let's do it like this. If value.len is 0, return. I guess we make this static reason in this case. So reason is valid names no, you know what? The reason I think needs to change. So you know what? Let's return an empty string. I think in the case that it's empty, it's fine to not say anything specific. Then if value.len at 0 is an underscore, then we return underscore is reserved for also, this is a case insensitive match. Am I doing a case insensitive match in the other thing? I'm not sure if I am. And I'm not sure if I should. No, I am, because I think all those things are case insensitive. Yeah. So underscore is reserved for special keywords. If did you mistype? Okay. Actually, okay, so this is done. And it does not contain ASCII tab or new line. Index of any. Mem. U8 slices value. Values are /t lower than unused capture. Gives us an index. Now, it would be nice if we could. So I could change this function to be more precise and to provide an offset if it wants to. You know what? Let's change it. So in attribute, it's not just this, but it's a value rejection. Um, problem is, how do we say that we don't really have an index that we want to point it at? Need to make it optional. And we do need a way of referring to this thing. So we can define it under rule. And that will be rule value rejection, not pub. Okay. And you know what? Actually, let's make this. Not bad. Okay. So this works. So check navigable name. This is our callback. Then we use for target in extra. And it's like this. Value rejection. All right, it's optional. So it's a question mark and we return null. Otherwise, and this is value at 0. Okay. So this is cool. Now we go in attribute and we say when we're looking at list, if there's no value, it's a problem. Then we look at the number, and if it's not in the set, then we append an error. But now we do another thing. We say if you know what, even before we do this, we say if list.extra.any return. If it's any, we return right away. I don't know if any makes sense, but I think it will. You know what? Let's take it out. No, I changed my mind. I'm gonna, if I need it, I'm gonna put it there. Otherwise, fuck it. So if it's not in list, if list.extra is .custom, then we do this. There you go. Oh, we can do it like this. Accepted type, rule, validate, return type, blah, blah, blah. Error unit set void, blah, blah, blah. Return value, rejection. Right. It's not that simple, huh? I forgot. Yeah, I'm a fellow Helix user. Hello. Yeah, that's fine. So if you rejection, GPA, bunch of stuff. There you go. But it's tag. Invalid attribute value. Main location. Oh, this is the delightful part. This is where it becomes delightful. So I bet you that invalid attribute value has a reason in it. Perfect. Then we have the main location. And this is going to be interesting. And then node idx equals node idx. So here's why this is interesting. Because it changes if we have a location or if we have an offset or not. So if rejection dot offset and it's like this. Start is going to be value.span plus offset. And it's going to be value.span plus offset plus 1. Now, you know what? I don't think this should return an offset. This needs to return a span, I think, because it could be more than one character that we have issues with. You know what, though? Again, I'll change it when I actually end up needing it. There you go. Okay, if this works, it's going to be delightful. So Arst is good now. We don't get any complaint anymore. We do get these suggestions from here. But look, invalid value for this attribute. Reserved for special keywords. Did you mistype? And it points at only the underscore. And so if you have, let's put it in quotes. Look, invalid value for this attribute. Invalid character in navigable target name. And it points at the target. I would say not bad. I would say not bad at all. Hey, Jim. Not bad at all, I would say. We know everything, man. Everything that you do wrong, we report. Whew. So we have implemented target. Okay, back to A. Okay, so we have implemented href. We have implemented target. Man, there's so many attributes still. And this is just one element. Oh, God. Please tell me these are not insane. Please, God, tell me that these things are not insane. Also, these attributes are so bad. Like fucking ping. Stupid ass attribute. What's the next one? Download. The download attribute, if present, indicates that the author intends for the hyperlink to be used for downloading a resource. The attribute may have a value. The value, if any, specifies the default file name that the author recommends for using labeling the resource in a local file system. There are no restrictions on allowed values, but authors are cautioned that most file systems have limitations with regard to what punctuation is supported in file names, and user agents are likely to adjust names accordingly. So, do we show hard errors for invalid characters? Or do we not care? Honestly, I wouldn't care. I think that this one is fine to leave unrestricted. So rule is going to be any, which means all values are fine, including no value at all, and that is correct. And now we need the description. What is copy link to highlight? Copy link with quote. No, fuck you. I don't want this. Stupid ass thing. Deprecated attributes. Char set chords, name, rev, shape. Download. Let's go. Causes the browser to read the linked URL as a download. Can be used with or without a file name value. Okay, so this is download. Done. Ping. A space-separated list of URLs. When the link is followed, the browser will send post requests with the body ping to the URLs, typically for tracking. This thing is so stupid. Is our browser really doing this? I would expect browsers to not honor this shit. I would sincerely hope that my browser does not honor this garbage. Yeah, isn't it awesome? Yeah, that's like top 10 things that I want my browser to do. But what about the syntax? Oh, right. It's a space separated list of URLs. Okay. I think there might be other things that are like space separated lists of URLs, but I'm not sure. Let's watch ChatGPT lie to my face. Good question. No, fuck off. Give me answer. I don't care about your opinion. Ping, but not necessarily space separated. Some attributes take multiple URLs, but use a different separator, commas, or multiple attributes instead. Multiple attributes. So ping and archive. Source set and image source set, which are comma separated. A friend is building Astor, and the HTML spec is providing me a near infinite source of psychic damage. What's Astor? Also, what? You can't do this. You cannot have duplicated attributes. As far as I know. Astor is a browser engine from scratch. No. Since when can you have multiple attributes? Wait. Can you have two attributes with the same name in one element? I mean, the fact that they use that as a strategy when you fuck it up, okay. No, you shouldn't. Must not appear more than once in a single element. You know what? Yeah, good. You know what? I love you. No, I don't. But you know what I love more? The HTML standard. Let's actually go find this from the horse's mouth in a sense. Table of contents. Semantics and structure, I think. Attributes. An attribute value is a string, except where an otherwise specified attribute values on HTML elements may be any string value, including the empty string. No restriction what the text can be specified in such attribute values. Element definitions, categories, non-normative, content model, tag omission, content attributes. This is not really helping, huh? Semantics, maybe? Who knows where they wrote this shit? Oh, no, wait. I think I know. I think I've read this already. It actually might be in the tokenization section of this spec. Oh, parsing URLs. This might be interesting. In any case, terminology. Embedded content. Tabular data forms, sure. I don't know where to put this information. It would have to be above. User interaction, focus editing, drag and drop. Where's the tokenizer stuff? I'm actually surprised that I don't know where that is. So yeah, I wish I could find in this mess. I guess ChatGPT is better at answering this question than the spec. I find this weird. Like, I would expect this explanation to be near the top. The moment that you introduce the concept of an attribute, you talk about it. I don't know. Space separated tokens, comma separated tokens. I don't know. In any case, I'm fairly confident that you cannot have duplicated attributes. And I think that I didn't come up with this. Let me think. I don't think I came up with this by myself. So, yeah. What were we doing? All right, we were trying to figure out which other thingies want list separated things, and we have some comma separated stuff. We have source set, we have image source set, we have archive. So I would say that this is enough thingies to do this. And I think this could be a variant of URL. Like it can be empty, not empty. Did I typo it? Empty. What? Oh. Okay. We could say space separated list, comma separated list. But then can it be empty or not? The comma separated list. Oh my god, this thing is burning my brain. I think I'm running out of energy for today. This attribute stuff is really killing me. So, you know what? Maybe we can take a break from this. So we're not doing bad. To be fair, there's only few attributes remaining. We could take a break and try to look into the missing main rules and implement those. Hmm. Hmm. You know what? I think for these attributes, I probably should read more of them. And by reading more of them, I will probably get a better understanding of what it's worth collecting versus keeping custom implementation. Okay. Let's take a look at the main stuff. So the problem with main is that it has rules about which elements it can be nested into. So how does that work? It means that when we validate nesting of main, so right now, main doesn't define anything. Main is content is its model and that's it. But it has restrictions on the ancestry. And so I think that what we want is run the ancestry code and then run the default model code. That is, I think, what we want. So this is it. This is the code, basically. I guess we could make a fake element. We could make a copy of our element and set it to model and then just run it that way. Who can stop us? Yeah, who can stop us, honestly? And so it would be like this. So content is not model. Content is going to be custom. And so we want to make those functions. There must never be two or more attributes in the same start tag whose names are an ASCII case insensitive match for each other. Perfect. Thank you. So somewhere it was said for real. Okay. So we were saying validate. Let's implement the rerouting for now. Oh, fuck. This one has an offset that we don't have. Really? This completion does not have an offset. Oh, no. Because this guy is trying to figure out where we are, I think. And if it's content model, then we continue here. So we have an implementation here, but an offset is used for attributes, but it's not used in this case. So we can pass undefined. Not great, but this is janky, but just to get it off the ground. Okay, let's see how this works. Right, I left A in a bad state. So this is where I'm leaving it as a to-do. So what do we want to test now? Main. Want to test the main works. Oh, now that I think about it, we don't even have... Oh no, we do have completions. Okay. And it is working. So that's cool. And validation seems to make sense. Although, you know what? I think I'm saying something stupid. Now that I think about it, I only want to test the ancestry. If we want to test the ancestry, we can do it on construction. As we are constructing the tree, we know what our ancestry is. So we don't need to delay this. I take everything back. Actually, this guy can keep doing what it's doing. We don't need any weird hack. What we have to do is add a special rule for it in construction. Maybe let's document this a little bit. A hierarchically correct main element is one whose ancestor elements are limited to HTML body, div, form without accessible name, and autonomous custom elements. We don't know what is a form without an accessible name. Like this concept of an accessible name, it's not clear. It's probably some kind of ARIA attribute, but we don't know for sure. I guess we can try to Google. I was trying to figure this out yesterday also, but oh, the form is not exposed as a landmark region unless it has a accessible name. What's an accessible name? Depending on the element in the HTML markup, the value of the accessible name may be derived from visible, e.g. text within fig caption, or invisible, e.g. the area label attribute set on an element. Oh my god. Form? 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 It doesn't talk about form. It doesn't say anything about form. So, form? For form elements, like text area and input, the accessible names come from the associated label element. The association needs to be explicitly defined on the for attribute to match the form element's ID. Alternatively, an implicit association is created when the form control is directly nested within the label element. So if there's a label around an entire form, but this was saying a form element. Oh, wait. So it didn't mean literally a form. It meant any of the input ones. No, but this is the form element. So how do you I don't know, this accessible. What is the accessible name for form? We don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's go check the above property in construction as we were saying. So in construction, st zig, when we are adding a new start tag, when we close it, I would say when we close it, we check. Let's see if we are able to do it. We find an end tag, original current, blah, 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 blah. Hopefully none of these guys returns prematurely. Okay, hopefully here we have closed. So we say if street and current dot kind main and current is closed. We check the rule. So we say ancestor idx current dot parent idx. While the ancestor is different than 0, so and the fur ancestor index to parent IDX. So we're going up. What will we see? We can find a bunch of elements and then root. So and you know what? Now that I think about this, this might very well be a while true. Actually, no. So that means that we never get to root. Okay, so if ancestor I guess we switch the ancestor IDX. Sorry, the ancestor kind. So underscore 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 body HTML. What are the other ones? HTML body div form. So this is how it should be. So in these cases, we do nothing. In this case, to do check accessible name. Otherwise, try errors.append tag invalid nesting span. Span is going to be well, we don't have it. Actually, we do have it. No, we don't because we're in the closing tag. If we were in the opening tag, we would already have it. Maybe it's convenient to move it there just because of that. You know what? Let's move it because of that reason. Okay, let's move everything in the opening case. Start tag. So we're making a new node. If equal ignore case SVG math, why are we doing this? Did we not match them already? Oh, I know why I do it that way. Now I remembered. Oh shit. Okay. Let's see if we have this. Well, we definitely do not have this. Oh no. What's happening here? That's bad. Oh no, the thing like spammed an endless amount and we're still lagging behind. So we killed the program. Ah, we finally reached the point. Why are we looping forever? I guess the question is, are we looping forever in here or are we looping forever in ancestor span? Hopefully it's not this and it's just this. That said, I don't know. Oh, here's the problem. Here's the silly goose bug. Invalid nesting under select. Main can only nest under HTML body, div, and form. We have it. So, not bad. And it even shows up, even if it's missing the end tag, which I mean, it's fine. I don't have a strong opinion either way. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. And even if you don't close the select, we still complain. Even then, we still complain, as we should, as it is correct for us to do. Look at this. Look at this bad boy, Ben. This is so good. Okay. So, what do we do now? Okay, let's see. Did you conclude anything in here? But, okay, tons of runs, total time, bunch of milliseconds, time per run, min max, P75, P99, P995. So, manual turned out to be faster, yeah. Here's what I think. There's also another argument to be made about the fact that for me it's convenient to count externally because I'm filling in the set in a loop. You might be filling in the set not in a loop. You might be filling it in different ways. And so there are probably situations where it's less convenient to also do the count manually, in which case doing the count afterwards, I don't know, might be fine. But in my case, I also had the fact that I'm looping anyway over stuff. If you want an example where you wouldn't necessarily be looping on something to fill a set, imagine that you have, I don't know, a web server, and then people are like picking things, and there's like a lock system where if a client is using something, then nobody else can use it, and so you match it, you mark it as taken in a bit set, but and then somewhere else you can do the count on demand. And so I guess you could always do the increment. I don't know. Cool though. Thank you. We learned something today. Yeah, in any case, you try to do a realistic loop. Let's take a look at the source code. Oh, you know also what would be interesting? Non-power of two sizes. Also, in my case, I don't have a power of two size, nor a, multiple of 8. So what happens when you have like an odd number of things? I don't know. In any case, I would imagine that an odd number of things would, in any case, either be not make any difference or favor manual counting. I wouldn't expect it to be able to favor the other thing. Okay, so we have implemented all the rules for main. Wait, is main complete at this point? We have genuinely completed main, I think. Let's go to attribute. Main has empty set. This is done for real. And then we can go to element. We can go to main and really say that it's done. Okay, we have one truly done element. What about B? I think B is also done. Like, B is really simple. Can be put where it's flow and where it's phrasing, accepts phrasing. That's really it. Okay, we have 2 done elements. P. What about P? P also doesn't seem to need anything else. I think P is almost also done. Let's take a look at P just to double check. And you know what? And also B. So that we... P. Flow content, phrasing content, tag omission, we don't care. Global attributes, any weird rule about it. Should not be used when a more specific element is more appropriate. Fuck off. Okay. So this is done. B element. Phrasing content. Span of text, blah, blah, blah. Use the class attribute on the B element to identify why the element is being used. The B element should be used as a last resort where no other element is more appropriate. Yes. Okay, so I guess we can do I and U because they are basically the same. Represents a span of text in an alternate voice or mood. Or otherwise offset from normal prose in a manner indicating a different quality of text, such as taxonomic designation, technical term, an idiomatic phrase from another language, transliteration, a thought, or a ship name in Western text. Why is the ship name thing being mentioned? What is going on there, man? Okay. You know what? We can squeeze just a little bit of extra progress from today by implementing I and U. I class taxonomy. ilang fr. Look at all the like I love these examples because they show you what the authors of this spec imagine people would do when using it, right? When writing HTML. Nobody does this. Nobody cares. Why you give a taxonomy class to this? No, you don't give it a taxonomy class. You give it what is it? EM-5. Like you give it the stupid Tailwind CSS classes that have absolutely no meaning whatsoever. That's what people do. The language one, you know what? The language one actually maybe makes sense. Yeah, you might want to. If you do this, I'm guessing something that reads the text will be able to, whip out the French pronunciation for this sentence. But at the same time, this is so stupid because, yes, I guess this is French in this case, but this example I think is bad because you're using an expression that is so well known that you're not really speaking French when you're doing this. You're basically using an imported sentence. Like in English, I guess that technically it's not English language, but je ne sais quoi. Everybody says it. Everybody knows what it means. And so it's not like a random piece of French text. So I don't know. I think it's not even that good of an example. Probably a better example would have been a piece of text that is explaining to you maybe a French word. In which case, then you're genuinely referring to something truly French. You know what? I take back what I said earlier because I was saying the language could something that was reading this text could also change to French, but that's not really what you want to do because in the way I was thinking it is you basically use a different artificial voice, but you don't want that because the voice should not change. It's not like you're changing, the narrator is changing. You would want the same narrator to just be able to pronounce this, which kind of goes to my point that you're not really switching language. Anyway, let's go implement I. Oh, wait, it was B that we had implemented, right? So take B, go to I. Let's go to MDN. Let's see what MDN has to say about I. Uh, no, wait. No. It doesn't stand for idiomatic. They said it here. Historically, these have been represented using italicized type, which is the original source of the I naming for this element. Wait, did we... Was some other text saying this? Yeah, it says an idiomatic phrase in another language, but it doesn't say that I stands for that. Authors are encouraged to consider whether other elements might be more applicable than the I element. For instance, an EM element for making up stress emphasis, or the DFN element for making up defining instance of a term. You know what? I'm gonna put this explanation in here. Okay. So we have I, then we go to attributes, and we define I as empty set. Space K. What? Where is my space K? Huh? Temporary element description. No. Did I fail to save elements? I did. That explains it. There we go. The element represents a range of text. Blah, 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 blah. Cool. Really cool. Okay. So we have I. Let's implement U. You know what? This is telling me that EM and DFN are probably the same then. Oh, except the DFN has the no nested rule. Cool. Also, the title attribute has special semantics for this element. Full term or expansion of abbreviation. Interesting. Okay, let's do EM, DFN, and then we switch to U. EM, 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 EM. Let's double check. Flow phrasing, everything. Blah, 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 blah. EM. Flow phrasing, palpable. Access phrasing. We comment out palpable because we don't use it. Actually, you know what? The fact that we're not using it, who cares then? You know what? Let's leave it there. Might be useful. Access phrasing, global attributes, emphasis, the level of structure. Okay, let's see what MDN has to say about this. Can be nested with each level of nesting indicating a greater degree of emphasis. Okay. Okay, so this is EM. Okay. Let's do DFN. DFN. Okay, let's take a look. Flow phrasing, palpable. Access phrasing. But content is simple. And in the case of simple, we want to have forbidden ascendance in itself. Yeah. The different element should be used in a complete definition statement, where the full definition of the term can be one of the following: the ancestor paragraph, the TDD pairing, the nearest section. Okay, you know what? I'm copying all of this shit. What? Why is there also why is there a comma here? Too many things after DD. Thank you. Yeah, no commas. Okay. Not bad. Okay. So we have the FN. Next, you. You also mentions EMB, site, mark, Ruby. Oh god, Ruby. We'll get to Ruby. So yeah, I think this is gonna be it. I'm gonna add you and then call it a day. We did make some progress though today. Like, you know what? Let's do this. No, from here. So these are the number of items that we had to do. That's oh, bro, it doesn't give me the count of lines. 522 minus 4 of 7. So 115. 115, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 done. 110 to go. This is where we are right now. Six. The U element represents a span of inline text which should be rendered in a way that indicates that it has a non-textual annotation. The unarticulated annotation element. Yeah, because that's because it used to be in the underline element, but then they wanted to not have this meaning anymore, and so they said, you know what, let's pick another word that starts with U, and they went with unarticulated. They also have unarticulated here. Okay, I'm gonna remove this fucking name of ships in Western things. Fucking ship names, man. You know, I mean, you know that the guy who wrote this thing goes on boats. These are the people that wrote this spec, and that's all they do. Go be on boats. That's all they do. Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have a way of doing boxes. Oh, we can do this, I guess. Will it work? Right, we can't do it this way. We have to reflow first. Okay. Actually, no, I don't think it's necessary. Okay. Okay, let's see what happens now. I'm really curious to see this guy in action. You can reflow lines that have a prefix, but it only works with comments. Helix doesn't understand Zig-style multi-line strings, so they get garbled with the rest of the stuff. I don't know if the greater than signs will work or not. Maybe they will, but I only trust comments for now, basically. Well, we have it. And Helix doesn't really care at all about this being in a quote block. Need a space. It doesn't make a difference for Helix. You know what? Out of curiosity, let's do a wasn't build. Let's see how things are going in VS Code land. Why is it not? Oh, wait. It's not suggesting anything because we're in a bad place. Okay. You? Huh. Well, not bad. Not bad. It works. Thank you, VS Code. Good job. Okay, we did it. We have you. 6 out of 115. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is it. This is it. We made some progress today. I'm actually pretty happy. We wired back in a bunch of things that were not. This is only going to get worse. You know what? It won't. It won't get worse because I've already been there. If you remember, I have, by the way, I still have all the old implementations under rules. So this rules namespace is now basically dead. But I have all the funky implementations still of all the weirdo elements. So I think I think that with the previous iteration we were almost done. Like we only had like a very short list of things that needed to be implemented. Although, if you remember, with the previous iteration, I was ignoring attributes. I wasn't really incorporating attributes in the model. While now I am. So right now we are genuinely doing the real thing. Like it's the real deal. But yeah, I don't think that HTML can throw at me much worse than what it already has. So yeah. Looking forward to it, I guess. That said, though, I don't think I don't remember if I implemented iframe. I think there might have been a couple that were super funky. No, though, I think the funkiest were rubies. Rubies were the funkiest, I think. In any case, we're getting there. So let's see who is doing Zig. So there's Lucas Develops doing Zig and Lucem Tenebras figuring out fossilize. The heck is fossilize? Huh. Very funky Vulkan stuff. Well, I'll send you all to Lucas Develops. Have a nice day. And we'll see you there. Well, sorry, no, I'll see you tomorrow. That's what I meant to say. Famous last words. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.